Okay, it looks like we're streaming. Let's make sure we're streaming in the right spot. Yes, we are. Turn off. Turn off. All right. We get our Discord notification in here. Groovy. Oh, my mute button isn't working. Reggie? Gotta turn on the mute button. Now it's working. Right, let's get in this character here. Let's play some freaking Last Epoch. We have a little over a month. I'm gonna have a hard time. I'm really enjoying Last Epoch. Yo, what up, Drat? How are you today? Drat, I got some news for you, buddy. We have done a complete 180 on whether or not we want to play Dune Awakening or not. Total 180. We're playing. Not only am I gonna play Dune Awakening, I am going to no life the ever loving shit out of Dune Awakening. That game is gonna be so good. I got so many plans. We're gonna be spying on people. We're gonna be killing people. I don't even know. The reason I'm so late getting started today is because I was up all night last night till the wee hours of the morning. Fucking making a Discord so I can make a guild. Which I'll be like announcing the guild and stuff in a couple of days. Did you see this on stream? Dune Awakening beta weekend? Yeah, so I signed up. The requirements for Dune Awakening minimum are about where my computer's at. It's a 1060. So if I get selected, I might be able to participate in the beta weekend, but I won't be able to stream it. So I might, if I do get selected, I might try and like record some stuff or something, maybe put out a couple of videos. But I imagine my computer's pretty old and I don't take care of it as well as I should. So even if I meet the minimum requirements, it might not work. So we'll see. We'll see. It's supposed to be a day one release. Dune Awakening already opted in for NVIDIA GeForce Now, like way back in November of last year. So as long as NVIDIA GeForce Now is decides that they want to have it on their platform, it's been opted in already, so it'll be on the platform. And as much hype as it's gaining right now, and as many survival games and stuff as they do have on GeForce Now, I imagine it will get added. So, yo, what up, Gravy? How are you? What are you up to today? But I'm not going to play on the Head Start Dret, because if anybody from the community wants to play with me, I don't want them to have to spend an extra 20 bucks or whatever. So I'm actually going to play on the non-Head Start servers. Hey, that's funny. We got a storm going on over here, too. It's raining right now. I freaking hate it. What do we got here? You? Oh, I think I was muted. 50 bucks, for a live service game like this that isn't going to have a monthly subscription is totally reasonable to me. I don't know how they're going to continue funding the game. I assume it's going to be a cosmetic thing, is what it seems like. But we'll see. Or maybe they're going to launch DLCs and stuff in the future and fund it that way like the original Arc did. Either of those are perfectly fine with me. I would love some DLCs, some maybe like different zones, maybe like some additional deep desert type areas. I don't know, but I'll be into it. Some content will be free, some DLC will be paid. You already said that. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't mind paid DLCs as long as they're, the value is there, right? I will happily support the game a little bit every year to get, some additional content and some additional stuff for the game. It's totally fine with me. Or if they were going to have a subscription model, like I'm okay with paying a subscription too. In the event that I'm going to be paying a subscription, I don't really like the idea of box prices plus subscriptions because I can very quickly, overtake the box price in just a few months by paying subscriptions. And it's a nice little, like, maybe we don't have or maybe if they had like a free trial and then it was a box price plus subscription, right? Like I could play the game without having to pay either for the first 15 levels or something. Like then I'd get behind it. Yeah, I'm digging it. It seems like their business model is fairly consumer focused. It seems like the way they're setting up their PvP and stuff is going to be at least maybe not focused on casual players and less skilled players and stuff, but it's at least going to be accommodating to those people. So I think it's going to be a great game. I think it's really got a chance to go the distance and be like the survival PvP game, at least currently. Arc and Rust and stuff like that have had their time, but the systems in Arc and Rust are just too brutal. I can't, you know, when you just always have to be online and you always have to be prepared to be raided, and there's just so many people who can't fit in that system. And so having something that's got, faction-based warfare. So if I'm not mistaken, I thought that maybe you just straight up weren't going to be able to attack your own faction. It seems like you can still attack your own faction, but it's going to be counterproductive. So there are probably going to be like sub factions and alliances that form within each of the factions, which is going to be it's going to be a little bad, but it also might end up being a good thing. I don't know. We'll see. It'll be better than just straight up guild versus guild all the time, because you are going to have to band together with your faction to win the lands, right? We'll see. We'll see what happens. I have some crazy stuff going on with the Discord that I'm building about following announcement channels. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be looking to spy on other Discords before Dune drops. I'm going to go join some guilds that are recruiting on the Dune sorry. Go join some guilds that are recruiting on the Dune Discord, and then if they have announcement channels or anything like that, then I'm going to link their announcement channels or follow their announcement channels on a channel in my Discord. So that way, if they post any announcements to their guild during actual gameplay, then I'll keep track, right? If a guild doesn't end up being in my server, I'll get rid of it. But that way, so if there are guilds that are in enemy factions, uh, that are doing stuff, then we'll get like notifications on those activities, and then we can just like show up and kill them and stuff if we want to. It's gonna be real fun. I'm very excited. Very excited. I've got a whole system built up so that we can protect our announcement channel so that it can't be followed, and so that we can allow certain people to follow our announcement channel. So if we make allies, we're gonna do like an announcement chain basically. So I have it set up where the announcement channel on my Discord can only be seen by myself, and the top members of the guild. And they're the ones who are going to put in all of the information about what's being done and what's going on. Then I have another channel that everybody in the guild can see that follows that announcement channel and that nobody can type in. So it's just a log of all the announcements. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow other announcement channels on that same channel that are allies. And then I've literally just replicated that for enemies as well. And so what will happen is I'll go into allied discords and I will follow for them or allow them to follow our announcement channel that's talking about our active operations so that they know when we're in certain places, maybe doing stuff in the deep desert, so that they can come and assist us if they want or whatever. So they don't maybe try and do operations in the same place as us so we don't step on each other's toes or just whatever happens. And then we'll be able to also follow their announcement channels for the same reason. And so that way, instead of having to join a bunch of discords of all of your allies and constantly be checking those discords, it'll just automatically update your follow channel that has, you know, everybody's activities going on, so that everybody could know just at a glance, one channel. Oh, okay, 20 minutes ago, this group decided that they were going to go, you know, mine spice in this sector of the deep desert. So very excited. It was super cool to set up. And I don't think that every guild out there is going to really understand how the announcement system works and how the follow system works, right? And so there are definitely going to be guilds out there, maybe even big guilds out there, who have their announcement channels open to their entire guild. So you can't just follow a regular channel, you have to follow an announcement channel. And so if your announcement channel is public, then anybody can follow it. But if you do like I did and you create basically an airlock where I have my announcement channel going to a regular text channel, and the announcement channel can only be seen by, you know, the upper tier of the guild, and then that airlocked normal text channel everybody can see. So everybody gets the information in real time, but they can't follow that information to try and take it over to um, a different Discord. So I think it works super great. We're gonna go kill this boss. I'm very excited about it. Very proud of myself for setting it up. I think it's gonna be wonderful. We gonna get crazy. We gonna get real crazy. And it's totally a mistake. I hate being in charge of a guild. And so we're gonna make a guild. And I'm gonna be in charge of it. And it's probably gonna bite me in the ass. But at least for a while it'll be really fun. I am a bad guild leader. That's okay. I talked to Dabatron and Rabbit and Crazy Flip and some of those fools from Once Human, and they said that they're probably not going to play day one. They're probably going to wait about a week just to check the game out and see if it's good or not. And then they'll maybe jump in. So if they decide that they do want to play the game, we're going to get to see them. I told them I'd save them some space, and we try and get into a lesser populated. I'm not really looking to get into one of the um, sweaty servers. Back in my heyday of being actually good at video games, I probably would have tried to get in there on the server where all the big guilds were like, yeah, this is the server we're going to. We're going to take over. But instead, I'll probably try and find one on day one. I'll probably wait like an hour or two to join a server. So what we'll do is we'll just sit and kind of watch. And what I'm sure will be happening is all the servers will fill up, and then they'll spin up some additional servers or some additional worlds. So I'll probably just sit back and wait for the crazy influx of people, let that first wave of servers get totally filled up, and then we'll go ahead and join maybe one of the second waves. So we can get in and get real crazy on that first day. But then, people who have like work and stuff on that day, who can't be there right at the first second to go ahead and click into the same server and stuff, can get in. And we shouldn't have nearly as many problems with like queues and stuff like that, because there just won't be as many people. I think that's going to be important. I don't want to be in the crazy server with the crazy people who get in the global chat and talk shit all the time. And it's too much for me. I think it's too much for this community, too. Doctor gonna follow you to Dune. Oh, yeah. For real, though. For real. If that dude from Ark comes to Dune, I'm gonna lose my shit. Gonna lose my shit. All right, there we go. Oh, we got another unspent point here. Was it this one that I wanted? Increase spell damage, ward retention. Sure, let's do that. I'm very excited about it, though. I haven't been this excited about a new video game since probably New World. And I'm really excited about this one, probably even more than I was about New World, because it's also a survival game, and I love building bases, and I think that people are really underestimating what the base building and stuff in Dune is going to be like and how bases and stuff are going to function. Because I'm pretty sure that bases count as respawn points. So there's going to be a lot of, like, if you're going to be out doing operations in the deep desert, people are saying, oh, well, the guilds will just have their bases on the edge of the deep desert, and that's where they'll conduct all their operations from. But if you do that, you create a lot of distance between you and your spawn point, like where your operations are active and your spawn point. And so if you don't have a spawn point that you've taken out into the deep desert and placed down, if you haven't built a structure, then you're basically giving yourselves a respawn timer in addition to any respawn timer that there might already be when it comes to going out there. The other thing is that you're going to have stuff, and honestly, depending on what the rules are at that time, you may have to have like full on equipment respec or re-gears, because you might be able to lose all of your equipment instead of just some of your materials or consumables or whatever that you would normally drop. So it's going to be real wild and real crazy. And I just got a message on Discord. Hey, it's Twisty. Um, Sorry. But so just minimizing your need to go back and minimizing your respawn timer that way is going to be huge, which means there's going to be a lot of base raiding, which is going to be hella fun because people are going to have, little fobs and stuff like that all over the place. It's going to kind of be what I wish Ark was, where there's going to be a lot of fob versus fob fighting. Instead of trying to raid people's full-on built-up crazy bases, like, nobody's going to have more than a week to build a base, and your base is probably going to move around the deep desert quite a bit, because you're going to be conducting operations in different places. And so, I mean, there are going to be situations where maybe you find a really, really good gather point for a certain material, right? Like somewhere where there's tons of spice or something like that, and you're going to want to build a fob out there with probably some allies, right? Get a bunch of fobs out there so that you can control that spice location so that other tribes or other guilds from other factions and stuff can't come and take your big spice node out there. There's going to be, I mean, just all kinds of shit going on. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be absolutely crazy. I don't think people quite understand how that deep desert stuff is gonna play out. But even attacking, right? If people are out doing missions, because you've got to do missions for the representatives of the great houses to get their votes in the Landsraad. So there are going to be people out there working on that, right? Trying to get the votes or whatever on their side. And so you're going to want to go out there and you're going to want to be able to drop a fob really fast. So you're going to take your blueprint or whatever out there and you're going to drop your fob. Then you're going to go try and attack these people. But simply by having to make a structure, your blueprint is significantly increased. So you're easier to find. You're easier to get spotted before you initiate your activities. You know, if you're trying to be a little covert about trying to win one of these votes, you know, you might not put a fob down, but then if somebody comes and stops you, like that's kind of the end of it right there. It's going to be so good. Scouting is going to be so much fun in this game because you're going to be flying around the deep desert just looking for people. I'm very excited. Honestly, at this point, I'm just kind of playing Last Epoch because I got to play something between now and Dune. All right, easy peasy. Increase unique drop rate, increase unique or idle drop rate, large idle drop rate. Let's do some ornate idle drop rates. Sure, why not? Seems like a fun play. Got a Veil Root body armor. We got a Ribbons of Blood 1 LP ring. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Level 61. Hell yeah. All right. So today's the 3rd. Yeah, so on the 5th, I don't know how many of y'all do the Reddit thing, but on the 5th, they are opening up the question thread, AMA, on Reddit. And then on the 6th, they're going to have an AMA. It's going to start at 7 a.m. Pacific, go until like 4 p.m. or something like that. So on the 6th, we're probably not going to play any games on stream. We're probably just going to go watch that AMA happen and talk about, you know, some plans. That's what I'm going to announce the guild, like on stream, and start inviting people to apply. And I'll probably make, maybe even during the stream, I might make the promotional video while y'all are watching. Just record it off of the live stream. And then we'll put out a promotional video on YouTube and see if we can't pull some people in. It's only 32-person guilds, but that doesn't mean that we can't necessarily have more than one guild if we end up with enough people. Although I think 32 will be more than sufficient. Because there's only going to be, if people's understanding is correct, there's only going to be like 1,000 people per world. I don't know. I'll have to look a little deeper into it, but having 32 of 1,000 means you're having, 0.3% of the population. Right? No, 0.03% of the population. No, that's 0.3. Yeah, 0.3% of the population. And that's a pretty significant chunk. I don't need to be in charge of more than that. That leaves a lot of room. I mean, that's like 30 guilds basically. Fills that up. Well, and I don't want to take over the server. And I don't want to be on a server that gets taken over. Which is why I kind of want to wait to join a server that's maybe a little later, because more casual people are going to join a little later and they're going to build their guilds, like inside the game. And I'm going to kind of be doing the same, right? I mean, I'm going to put this stuff out and it'll be about a month before the game launches that I put out that I'm starting a guild. Because I'm such a small YouTuber, it's unlikely that a lot of people will see that. And so I think it'll just be a little more fun to be on a server that has a little more disorganization. Because like we talked about the other day, there's a lot of chaos that comes with having less experienced players and having less organized groups. And that chaos is really where the content comes from. The San Al Gaib, is that a character from Dune? I'm pretty bad with the Dune lore. I might have to rewatch all the movies so that I can learn some of the lore. Okay. Yeah. Might have to watch the movies. I can't stop being excited about it, Gravy. So excited. It's gonna I mean, we have a month before the game comes out. I'm gonna die. There's no way that I can wait a month. I can't even imagine if I had been excited for this game when people first started talking about it in my chat. Like, I would be dead. There's no way I could have waited this long. Don't even know what to do myself with myself at this point. also love. So I think there have been some people that have been in some of the closed beta tests that are under NDA. And these individuals that are under NDA have actually had an opportunity to play in the deep desert. And that's a little disappointing to me. I understand you had to have testers. Heard the weekly storm moves all resources too, so even if you build a base close to resources. Well, so if you build a base in the desert, when the storm comes, it'll destroy your base, is my understanding, Gravy. Ooh. I thought that was for bases inside of the PvE zone. I thought your I thought the shield thing was there to clear bases in the PvE zone that maybe get abandoned by players who stop playing. So once your shield goes down, like the dust storms and stuff that happen in the PvE zone will actually damage and potentially destroy. What's up, Blighted? Will actually damage and potentially destroy some of your structures. No PvP zone. I won't build in a PvP zone. Well, I mean, if you're gonna go out into the PvP zone at all, Gravy, you're gonna have to. Just playing the Styx games. I don't know what the Styx games are. Is that like a title? Is that what we're talking about? I mean, it's fair if you just want to do like some scouting or some small scale stuff, Gravy. Um, that shouldn't be a problem. But if you're going to do any sort of large scale activity inside the desert, you're going to have to build a base out there just temporarily. Single player story driven stealth game. Oh, okay, okay. I feel like maybe I've seen those names before. But you basically get one shot if you try to do anything besides stealth. Okay. Yeah, I feel like maybe I've seen the name before. Definitely haven't ever played them. Yes, other people will absolutely be able to come and take your other stuff in PvP. Zero Gravy. Raid your base, take your things. But that's only in the PvP zone. But you're right. If potentially losing some of your stuff, so your PvE base is totally safe, right? And anything that you keep in your PvE base will be safe. And then PvP is not full loot. So you only lose some of the materials and stuff you've gathered, I think. When you die in PvP out in the deep desert, I don't think you lose all of your equipment. So it's considerably less punishing out in the PvP zones than a lot of other games. It's not gonna force you to build out there, Gravy. But it is encouraged, I think, by the system. It's not gonna be like if you don't build out here, you can't get resources. But the system is designed in a way that you are gonna want to build out there or be part of a guild that's building out there. Um, And if you are playing solo, then you could probably get away with not building out there. In fact, it might be better not to, but yeah. I mean, if it's not the game for you, it's not the game for you. Absolutely. The big issue that I'm going to have is there isn't going to be any way to find out without playing it if it's an acceptable amount of loss to you or not. Unless no loss is acceptable to you, in which case it's definitely not the game for you. The one thing that I do like about this system, Gravy, is that you can only risk things that you choose to risk. So even if you do build a base and it can be raided and stuff can be taken from you, the only stuff that can be taken from you is stuff you brought out into the deep desert to put in your base. So there's at least some of that. And there will be places where you'll be relatively safe, I think, because lots of people from your faction will be building up in certain areas in the deep desert. And so I think you'll be safer out there than you would be maybe just in the open deep desert. So there's definitely going to be a lot of politicking involved, and there's definitely going to be a lot of ways to make yourself safer, just kind of in general. But we'll see. I hope. Ooh, did that say increased health and increased lightning damage? It did. Boop. One there. Nice. Oh yeah, I might look it up later there, just sticks. I'm not really into the single player games. I just like to have other people around. I like other people to be kind of doing the same thing that I'm doing at the same time. I just almost got fried by this dude. Please let me move. Goodness. Everything is bad. Are you antisocial but you still wish for people? So I'm a big people watcher. I really, really, really like to observe people. It's very interesting for me. Ooh, some Weaver's Wool Boots. Ooh, these gloves might be good. And so I like to have people around, like in the games and stuff that I play, because I like to watch them go about their days, see what they're doing, what kind of activities they're getting up to, stuff like that. It all makes me very happy. Why do I even have these on? Don't need minion health. Ooh, melee attack speed. Ooh, critical strike chance. Yo. Yo. That's real good. Melee attack, critical strike chance, fizz resist armor. Putting those on for show. Ooh, Gil's gonna play HO tomorrow. Are you planning on playing Dune Awakening at all? We may have talked about this yesterday. I don't remember. I am making a guild for Dune Awakening. Gonna be a thing. Gonna play it. I know that I spent weeks and weeks and weeks getting all over it. But, well, I've changed my mind. Oh, you got one of them real lives. Yeah, I don't have one of those. I don't have to worry about that. Don't have to worry about that. Such a weird concept to me, a real life. Sounds kind of icky. Well, I'm not going to play one more MMO because I'm not going to play two MMOs at once. I'm just going to play one MMO like it was my life. That's how that's going to work. If y'all thought that I played too many video games when I was playing Once Human when it first came out, you're about to see an obscene amount of video game playing when Dune comes out. Like 16 hours a day, every day for months straight. It's gonna be crazy. Oh, yeah, no, we're definitely 24 hours streaming on the first day. That's for sure gonna happen. I might even buy an energy drink to keep me awake. I haven't had an energy drink in months. We already beat this one, okay. It's gonna be so much fun. Oh, I'm so excited. Gosh, I'm excited. I wish it was out already. Why is my life terrible? Yeah, no, if I drink an energy drink, I'm gonna be lit the fuck up. Soulframe. See, now Soulframe is one of those sort of MMO type games that I think is really good as like a secondary because it's really, really session based and the progress doesn't really matter like as far as speed. Um, so you can progress as slow as fast as you want. So I actually might play some Soulframe. I didn't get in on Warframe early. I kind of wrote it off. And that game has had some longevity, but now that they're making, I mean, basically fantasy Warframe, I think I'm pretty into that. So I might give that the old college try. Maybe take a break from Dune every now and then and play a little bit of that or something. Has actual physics like water and oil. Yeah, no, I mean it's gonna be a great game. It really is. Just got to steal a code off of somebody. Oh, are they doing a like a beta or something right now? What's the stupid thing you think might fuck it over? I mean, I'll wait for the full launch. I don't mind. Find a content creator or the actual dev streaming, and you'll get a code fast, I think. Full launch probably in years. Oh, well, I mean, then the game's not in even a nearly close to complete state. So I definitely. I'm not that invested in Soulframe that I want to be, like, in a test version of the game. I'll happily just wait until the game comes out and play it, because I'm sure it'll be good. And so I don't really want to deal with incomplete versions of the game and spoiling mechanics and stuff for myself. And yeah, I'll just wait then. That's fine. It's good information to know, though. I mean, if they're in alpha and there's no bugs, then it must mean that they don't have a lot of content out right now. So I imagine it would get pretty repetitive. Because you don't, the if you're in an alpha and you have no bugs and your game is complete, then you release. Like that's how that works. In and out of rails, yeah. I mean, there something has to be missing if there's no bugs in the game and they're still in an alpha state, right? Because otherwise, what's the point in being in an alpha? What do we got here? Critical strike avoidance. 5 times. That might be okay. We'll see. We'll see what we get here. We get this time. Ooh, still critical strike avoidance. That's kind of interesting. I mean, if it was super important to me, then I would go look it up. That's one of those games, because of how well Warframe ran, the little bit that I ever played of it, and how positively that game was received by its. I mean, it had a fairly small community, but its community was pretty loyal and pretty fond of that game. So I don't I don't have any fear that this game isn't going to release well. So I don't really have that much desire to like keep track of its progress and stuff like that because I don't feel the need to do that. Like it's going to come out, it's going to be good. Um, we're good to go, you know? Now it's just a waiting game for when the game comes out and then we get to play it. So yeah, I love Last Epoch. I love ARPG games in general. You say you're forever banished to Albion, but then you were playing Styx just earlier today. I mean, this isn't an MMO either. I wish this was an MMO. Nope. It's like a Diablo-like game. So I'm in this zone, but it's an instance zone. So there's lots of people online, and there are lots of people playing the game concurrently, and I can like group up with them and stuff, but I don't just see them out in the world. And you can play this game does have an offline solo mode. So you can just play this game offline as a solo. But then in the online mode, there's like a market. You could trade items with people and stuff like that too. So makes the gameplay a little more fun. Okay. Check my Discord. I remembered just now I got. All right, is that no? Not the end. Got to keep going. Ooh, another champion mob. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, it's a Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I hate this beetle. Stop pushing me around, dude. So mean. I want to break free. I want to break free. Ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Alright, last one of these nerds. Freaking hate these exiled mages. And these freaking beetles that push me around. A bunch of dicks, dude. Got him. Stormhide Paws. Definitely don't need a swipe pair of gloves. We got here. Increased damage with Rip Blood. That's not for me. Chance to shock on hit. Cold damage. Chance to bleed. Chance to ignite. Damage over time. Potion use. Avalanche. None of those were even remotely useful to me. Alright. Let's see what we've gotten in here. Critical strike avoidance and elemental resistance. I don't need the elemental resistance, and that's most of that Weaver's Will. So this item is not going to be useful to this character, although critical strike avoidance on a pair of boots that also have less damage over time taken. Pretty good. Pretty happy with that. I can definitely get behind that. I want to break free. Want to break free.
I cannot do.
Wyatt says wah ah's up.
What's up, Wyatt? How are you?
I cannot do.
How is your day going today? Correct. I want to break free. Oh, somebody's house burned down again. People's houses always be burning down around here. Don't know what to do about it. Can you hear me now?
I cannot do that.
Can you hear me? Yeah, the TTS worked the first time. I got the wah-ahs up. And I said howdy. And then I think you thought it didn't work. But it totally did. How are you? How are things?
I cannot do
Is
that.
your school year over yet? Boop. Level 64. Freaking cruising, dude. Friggin' cruising. I need to go ahead and sell some of this stuff though, so let's shop. Sell some of these things. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. I want to keep this around. Elemental damage over time I don't need, but increased lightning damage I could. Not going to be able to use it for a few levels. We'll hang on to it. We're going to keep this in case I can do something to it. Yeah. That seems good.
Take care.
Let's go get some glyphs. Gotta get them glyphs. So we can do some more crafting. That's really the thing that I care about in this game. I just want to get good bases so I can fuck with them. I love crafting in this game.
I cannot do that.
Arr. Dear, 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 dear. Bear new, bear new, bear new, bear new. What are we killing here? Destroying both siege spires.
I cannot do that.
Why are you sieging things? Dude, we just nuked that guy. Oh my goodness. Ith's machination. Changing fire into lightning, that sounds like it could be fun. I gotta tell y'all, really looking forward to a video game has me in such a good freaking mood. I need to find a second in command for the guild, though, for Dune. Because I need to have somebody to strategize with and to talk about potential outcomes with and to assist in the endeavor to spy on all of the other guilds. Because I want to spy on all the other guilds. I think it's going to be really fun. I also have a really cool idea, I think, to put out some misinformation. Do some counter-espionage. Oh, this game's going to be so much fun. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's going to be so much fun. I'm so excited. We're going to be setting up traps for people all day, all day. They're not even going to know what hit them. Not even going to know what hit them. We're going to be hiding in the dunes. Just ambushing the shiznit out of people. It ain't me. It ain't me. Ooh. Give me idols. Quack, 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 quack. Don't need that. Bop. Destroy the void spires. But it doesn't. Oh, there they are. Bop, bop. Oh. I've been living for the weekend. No, not anymore. Here comes that familiar feeling Friday's screaming for. It's not Friday anymore, is it? It's Saturday? It is Saturday. I've been looking for some action, and it's out there somewhere. You can feel the electricity all in the evening air. Well, it may just be more of the same. But sometimes you gotta go, everyone knows your name. Guess I'll have to wait and see. 'Cause I'm just gonna let something brand new happen to me. It's alright. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. Bright lights in the big city.
I cannot do that.
Don't need you. Don't need you. He accidentally picking shit up. Don't need that junk cluttering up my inventory. Oh shit. It's a fat dude. Bye bye, fat dude. Ooh. I see a champion. It's a Gilgamesh. Oh no. Not a Gilgamesh. Not actually hitting the stupid void spire. Whoops. Man, here you dead. Right. Increased lightning damage, shock chance, and then lightning penetration. Please and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, will you bring your attention to me? Zap. Zap. I'm really very much enjoying zapping all of these enemies with my Raiden build. It's very fun. I am the god of lightning. Ooh. Accidentally possessed the champion mob here. Like, Zoic Scoob. Well, poop. That went poorly. That went poorly, and I have 75% fire resist, which is really just impressive. I know I don't have a lot of hit points, but still. What the hell, game? What the hell? Let's take a look at some of my forging potential here. Let's see. Let's boost some crit multi for sure. Boost a little poison resist for sure. Get back. Boost the poison resist on this one too. In the second game, when you die, Styx, the main character, just makes fun of you. Well, that's rude. Yeah. 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 Oh, yeah. What condition my condition was in. What we got over here? We want some more intelligence. Sure, for sure. Give me that. Let me get that. Boom, boom, boom. We definitely don't need fire damage. Also don't need void damage. Oh, I died. No, you did not die. I
Mr.
just
Bean
got
says
stabbed by
hello.
10 guards and I died. You did not die. Yo, what up, Detection? What up, Bean? How is everybody today? Happy Saturday indeed. I just died.
Mr. Blighthead says hello all hermits.
Will the real survival hermit please stand up? I repeat. You'll act like you never seen an introvert before. Jaws all on the floor. Not like Pammy and Tommy, who's a famous introvert. Like Keanu Reeves just burst in the door. I don't know if Keanu Reeves is actually an introvert, but he doesn't do a lot of like public doing stuff like a lot of celebrities do, so he's kind of a hermit. We're gonna make a rap now. It's gonna be a thing. We'll wrap it for you guys one of these days. We're gonna use the real Slim Shady to make a rap about hermits. And it's gonna be hilarious. Guess who's back? Back again. Hermit's back. Hello, friend. Yeah, this is gonna be super fun. How is everybody today? We all getting along? Don't you cocaine miasma me. I will fight you.
I cannot do that.
Slap. Slapping people with my lightning.
I cannot do that.
Ooh. A beacon. The claw. Gonna go get some idols now. Lycan has idol?
I cannot do that.
Gosh, I am so freaking excited. I'm just gonna keep getting more and more and more excited about Dune Awakening. It's becoming a problem already. We have more than a month. I'm kind of losing it. I don't know what to do, y'all. I don't know what to do.
Fools!
Oh my god. What is this lagginess? Not my network. It's got to be something to do with the game or NVIDIA GeForce Now. It's been happening for the last couple of days. It's kind of starting to upset me. I just want my stuff to work. Please start working. so I can freaking play my game. Do my streams. Up, up. Kill all the enemies. Up, up.
I cannot do that.
Ooh. Super fast attack speed. Whack, 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 whack. This dude's kind of tanky. I'm gonna need you to go ahead and die, dude. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Take my nerves and you rattle my brain. Kind of love drives a man insane. Oh goodness. Yo, what is all this lagness going on though? This is really bad. Can't do anything right now in this game. Tends to apply frostbite. Critical strike chance and fire resistance. Might be worth it. Except I don't need the fire resistance chance to shock and fire damage. I don't need the fire damage. Night I don't need. Area I don't need. That's not even for me, and that's not even for me. Alright, we're good. Don't need none of that. Don't need that either. We're almost level 66, so we can finally almost wear this belt, which is way better than this belt. This belt sucks. Slappy. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-dum.
I cannot do that.
I really need a Kolnavar Scepter. It's really gonna tie this build together. Gonna be very nice. Make me do all the lightning damage. Slay the Emperor's remains. That's kinda creepy, yo. I'm gonna slay the remains of a dead guy. Challenge. Challenge. Cocaine miasma. Cocaine miasma. I don't have any health potions down here. Might be in trouble now.
cannot do that.
I'll wait for a little while here. Boop, 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 boop. We got him. What is this? Mana, health, armor, attunement, strength, lightning resist. I don't actually need this. Spell damage while channeling. Don't really need either. Damage reflected to attackers. Ice barrage. Damage over time. That's unfortunate. What did this one get? One to Flame Reeve? Gross. I think we're actually just going to shatter these, unfortunately. And what did the champion dude give us here? Increased minion damage. Nope. Let's go find the Emperor's remains. Let's slay those remains. Nope. Hey, but we hit level 66. That's what's up. Now we can use our belt. Now we can use our belt. Let's see. We got lightning damage. We got elemental damage over time. Now, I don't need elemental damage over time. So I'm going to need to change that one. But just having the lightning damage on there and the fizz resist, because I need just a little bit of fizz resist. Let's go ahead and try and put some void resist on there, or some necro resist on there. Yeah. Let's get necro resistance. Pop, pop. Pop, pop. 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 Oh yeah. Way better. 2800. Yeah. Going up in damage. It got better resistances. Feeling good. I've been living for the weekend. No, not anymore. I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care if they call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. Think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. Million dreams is all it's gonna take. Ooh. Spell damage. Sealed affix. That might actually work okay. Yo, if it doesn't stop raining soon, I'm gonna lose my fudging mind. So tired of the rain. What do we got here? We don't need healing effectiveness. So change that. Poison penetration doesn't help. Change that. Void damage doesn't help. Change it again. Lightning penetration does help. What do we have up here? We have spell critical strike chance, and we have lightning damage. So this is actually really hard to get better than. The only thing I don't like out of here is the ignite chance on hit. So we definitely don't want this, unfortunately. Too bad. So sad. I think it's time to probably go ahead and finish this bad boy off here. So let's beat these missions, and then... No, and then... Did I go the wrong way? Killing everybody. Yo, I am seeing this game in like a whole new light. It's crazy how my mood affects what I notice and what I recognize about the game. Like this environment. Normally I'm not really paying attention. And I've really just kind of noticed what's going on with the environment here. I thought I was in a place that I'd never been before. But then I realized it was one of the missions for the end of the Monolith. So I had to have done it before. But I've never really paid all that much attention. I don't know, my eyes have just always been out of focus, I guess. But I've been just such a goddamn good mood today.
Safe travels.
I don't know, I guess there's always just so much going on the screen that unless I'm like super fixated on what's going on, I don't notice things. And so, you know, like I've said before, I just kind of generally do stuff based on shapes. I have good eyesight. Last time I was tested, I had 20/20 vision. I don't think I do anymore. Things are getting a little blurry. Especially my left eye. But I'm getting older, that's to be expected. I still have really good vision. I don't need to wear glasses. I can read everything just fine, so... It's just easier to rely on shapes. Another fat guy. We got him.
I cannot do that.
Hello, Reggie. Think you can sit there enlightening me and then I'll be afraid? Not afraid of your little fire stuff either. Silly goose. The hollow maw, more like the hollow threat. Let's get it started in here. The base keeps running. Oh, I didn't need to come in here, did I? Ooh, that's kind of cool. Need to go into the next mission. Oh, what the hell happened? Last time I checked, we had only been streaming for 30 minutes. And now we've been streaming for almost 2 hours. What in the holy crap is going on? I feel like I just teleported forward in time like an hour. My brain is so full. Like, I'm trying really hard to continue talking. I'm talking about, like, this game that I'm actually playing instead of talking more about Dune. Because I'm so excited about Dune and I just want to play Dune. But in the background of my mind, there's just like this video playing of what I hope and expect combat to be like, or gameplay in general to be like in Dune. Like, I've got this whole fantasy going on in my head right now, and I'm daydreaming just about some of the gameplay and some stuff that I want to do and some experiences that we might have in the game. And one of the most important things to me is going to be attacking other people, completing objectives out in the deep desert. So whether it's, that they're out there gathering huge amounts of resources, or if it's out there, protecting a capture point or something like that for one of the houses, or anything like that. I've got this like fantasy in my head and it keeps playing over and over and over again, where we like get up on a rock outcropping and we're scanning the place and we identify the enemy team down there holding the position or whatever. And a couple of people get down off the cliff face and jump in some ornithopters and fly like real slow and wide out around to like look for their fob that they're going to be respawning at and see if they have one, and then get over to the other side of them. And then having like a team of really heavy tank players with like machine guns and stuff come in from the far side and start just laying down tons and tons of fire and forcing the enemy team inside to take cover behind objects that are actually on the side of our snipers who are still up on that outcropping. And then the snipers just rain down hell and kill everybody. And that image just keeps playing in my brain over and over and over and over again. And I can't stop it. I want to do it so bad. There's going to be so much fun tactics and so excited. So friggin' excited. What I'm really hoping for I think the thing that will make this game the most interesting is I'm hoping for things to take a lot of time. And I know that that's not great for a lot of players. Because the longer things take and the longer the session expectation is when you play a game, the fewer players are going to actively and consistently have that amount of time to play. But if, for example, holding a control point is only an event that you need to do for like an hour instead of potentially multiple days in order to win that great house's vote, then we run into a problem. Oh, this is done. Cool. We run into a problem where things are going to happen too fast for reaction to really matter. I'm a little worried about that. Let's see, we don't need necrotic damage. We don't need cast speed. We don't need minion health. Hey, lightning damage, that's what I'm talking about. Don't need damage over time, but we could use spell damage. Hell yeah. We don't need the elemental resistance, but that just covers the cold resistance. So let's go ahead and put the poison resistance back on here that this already has. Let's just crank it. Well, actually, let's max the spell damage first. Then let's crank the poison damage just as much as I can, or the poison resistance. So that's going to give us 1571 there. 1501. That's a good little boost. And then let's actually go ahead and re-roll this. So we're only getting 4 critical strike chance, and we're only getting 7 out of 11 intelligence. So we have some pretty good room here. Let's re-roll the implicits. We got 7 and 3. So all we did was hurt ourselves there. Use up our forging potential. Whoopsie. That's alright. Let's go fight the boss.
I cannot do that.
Do that. Do that. Go, tiger. Zoom. You bapped. Holy crap, I dodged it. Oh my freaking goodness. I freaking dodged it. I'm so good at this game. Literally the best player NA. Ow. Whoops. 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 Almost died again. Almost wasn't the best player NA. Okay, doesn't even matter. We're fine. Boop. Do 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 do. Here. 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 You suck. You suck. Rye, the Black Sun. Boop. Boop. Oh yeah, we dodged it. I'm getting better at this. Void resist. Critical strike chance. Increased leech rate. We're definitely going to take this critical strike chance. Because, booyah. We're going to grab all that. Chance to blind, spell void damage. Increased fire spell cast speed. Chance to cast fire aura when a hit. Increased void damage per fire aura. That's interesting. I don't need that, but I'm going to go ahead and take it with me anyway. Definitely don't need this. I don't need this. And I don't need this. For that. Let's see if I can maybe turn this into something useful. Because this is a decent ring base. So if I could... I don't have the runes right now. But eventually I could turn this fire resistance into something else. So if I can get these two things to be something... like... useful damage type. There's spell damage. But we've pretty much run out of forging potential on that, so that's fine. Bye-bye. No harm, no foul. And another level. Oops, there goes another rubber tree. Oops, there goes another rubber tree. Alright, I think it's food time. I didn't eat breakfast this morning because I was running a little behind because I stayed up all night last night working on that Discord channel. So, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some foods. Tasty, tasty. Oh no, I forgot my be back soon sign. I had to stare at this. Bring Echo Web instead. Hmm. There's something really nice about the satisfying feeling of food going in your stomach. Like, it doesn't even really matter what it is. I know a lot of people get hung up on the taste of food. I don't really care about the taste of food. I can eat the same thing all day, every day, and not even think about it. But that that feeling you get when you have a nice swallow and that food goes down and like lands in the bottom of your stomach and you know you feel that experience to me is what's so good about food. I don't know if it's like a subconscious I'm happy that I'm not going to be hungry thing. I don't know what it is, but there is something thoroughly satisfying about that bite of food landing in your stomach. I just love it. Let's go check out the Dune Awakening Reddit while we eat here. There are so many posts. I've seen a couple of posts now on the Dune Reddit of people asking if the people who order the deluxe edition are going to get guaranteed keys for the mass beta weekend. And then I've seen posts of people like demanding that that be the way it works and that it's not just entirely random. And I got to admit, I'm pretty disappointed just with the gaming community in general because of that. I understand wanting value for your money, but a lot of times in gaming communities, people who have invested the most into a game tend to want an advantage every time there's an advantage to be had. And it starts to get really, really disproportionate. Like, for example, when you order the deluxe edition of, I gotta go look it up because I don't know off the top of my head what you get. So let's see. So the deluxe edition, 5-day early head start. Um, okay, this isn't a very good example of anything. What a useless webpage. Pre-order. Oh my god, it's not even saying. You actually suck at everything. If I hit the pre-order button, it just takes me to the Steam page. Steam page isn't giving me any information. What the additional stuff is. You pile of garbage. So annoyed. It should not be this hard. If you're going to charge somebody for something and you want it to be special, I shouldn't have to put effort into figuring out what I get when I click that button. Must be joking me. Now I'm angry. Get your head out of your butt. It should be right there next to the little button with the price. It should just say, these are the things. If I've got to put more effort into figuring it out than a half-ass glance, you fucked up. Okay, well, whatever. So I don't know exactly what the bonuses you get for each of the different tiers of the deluxe and the slightly larger package than that, but the terms of that are fairly clearly outlined. And then all the time I see it in a lot of different games, and I'm seeing it especially in Dune. Every time people identify a potential advantage that they could have over other people, they say, well, I spent more money when I bought the game, so I should get an advantage, right? I should get priority access to the large scale beta. I should get, if there's ever going to be testing phases in the future, or if there's ever going to be a test server, a lot of those people are going to say, well, I spent more on the game. I should do the test server for upcoming patches. And just constantly, anytime there's a deluxe edition in a game, it tends to have this kick the can down the road effect where every single opportunity from then forward, and it's not every single person who orders the deluxe and larger packages and stuff like that, but there is a non-zero percentage of the people who do buy these better packages that see that as this sort of marking of, like, I should just always be getting more now. And it drives me up a wall. Hate it, and it needs to stop. I appreciate the people who fund games by spending a little extra money. I really do. I appreciate, especially when it comes to games like Once Human, that's basically entirely funded by cosmetics. People who have a larger expendable income, who spend money on games like that that are free, are the reason that those games can be free. And so I get that, and I'm super grateful for that, and that's wonderful. But it starts to feel a little bit like it gets held over everybody else's head. And that kind of annoys me. Anyway, I was just looking through the Reddit and saw that post. And it made me think of that. So I wanted to rant a little bit. While I ate my food. Let's see. Nope, not that. There's a button. Food's good. Let's play more video games. All right. Got myself all kicked back and comfy here. Let's get some more. While you're going through the regular monoliths, I think it's actually pretty important to go ahead and get the shards and the runes and stuff like that as you go through the monolith zones. I think those are probably some of the most valuable rewards at this stage. Help build up that resource pool. When you're destroying the moon spire. Just a single spire, not spires plural.
I cannot do that.
Ooh, we've even got a shrine. Shrine of Haste. So much attacking. Very nice. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I like it. Get my shards. Get the fuck out of there. Go get some more stuffs. Especially, I think glyphs are important, right? You want the glyphs of despair specifically. Glyphs of despair have a lot of value. Because having a whole extra affix is fucking broken.
I cannot do that.
The spiteful gold elemental of focus. Wonder why he's spiteful. And I wonder why his spite is turned it towards me. Like, this is the first time we're interacting with each other. So, why am I the focus of his ire? It doesn't seem right. Don't like it. Ooh. How exciting. A shield that I do not need. Come here, Spire Guardian. You must be destroyed. Okay, it's been raining since I woke up this morning. That was 3 hours ago. I need for it to stop. It's been like rizzity raining too. Just a little bit of raining. Stupid amount of raining. I'm not liking it. I feel like my house is just gonna float away. I don't want my house to float away. I like it right where it is. Connected to, the power lines and the internet lines. I need to be happy. I don't even know what I would do if I was suddenly cut off from the internet. I'd lose my mind. How would I go about my day?
I cannot do that.
I'd have to like get some paint so I could stick it on the walls and watch it dry. That would be my life. Watching paint dry. Oh, with lightning invocations. Salt to the wound. I don't think I need any of that stuff though, so we're gonna go ahead and banish that. I want Kolnavar. I need Kolnavar.
I can.
Ooh, we have a champion. Come to Butthead.
I cannot do that.
Whack. Ooh. Volcare Regalia. So I'm not actually going to use this because I don't use any mana. All of my skills are reduced to basically nothing. Sure, let's go get some XP, that's fine. What level am I in now? 67? Nice.
Fools! I cannot do that.
I've been living for the weekend. Oh, not anymore.
I cannot do that.
These are happening really quick. Goodness gracious. Bobo. You know I want you.
I cannot do that.
It's not a secret I tried to hide. I know you want me. So don't keep saying our hands are tied. You say it's not in the cards, the fate is pulling you miles away, out of reach from me. But you're here in my heart, so who can stop me if I decide that you're my destiny? Can't sing this next part. It's a little out of my vocal range. I'd have to practice some for a while. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll practice and stretch my voice a little bit. It's been a long time since I've really been able to have any sort of range. Could be fun to start working on that again. Ooh, a ladle. A spoon, cousin. Why a spoon? Learn more, you twit. I don't actually need this spoon, though. Don't need either of those.
I can.
Ooh.
I cannot do that.
You know, there's a really cool dash build in here somewhere. Oh, did I accidentally break out the mage? Gross. I don't want to deal with you. Oh, I'm supposed to kill the mages. Okay. Apparently I do want to deal with you. You. That's nasty. Oh, now. Things are a little crazy over here. We got some serious lag spike action going on.
I cannot do that.
Alright, guess I have to kill this nerd. I don't want to kill this nerd, but I got to. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Do that.
Need some more potions. Come back over here.
Not do that.
Don't you run away from me. Gotcha.
I cannot do that.
You all hear that, like, laser sound when I dash? Don't get in the way of my laser beam. My brilliance is unequaled.
I cannot do that.
Got him. He ain't here, he dead. What if we rewrite the stars? Say you were made to be mine. When everything keeps us apart. No, it's nothing can keep us apart. You are the one I was meant to find. It's up to you, and it's up to me. No one can say, no one can tell us what we will be. Something like that. I get his part and her part mixed up. I don't have anybody to sing that song with, so I sing both parts. I don't know if I'm handsome enough to be Zac Efron, but I'm at least as pretty as Zendaya. Pull that off.
I cannot do that.
Get killed. You're a nerd. Sometimes this build seems like it's really, really working, like at optimum, and everything just gets obliterated. And then, oh, it's because I got a fucking shrine, that's why. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Has nothing to do with my build, it's just a shrine. It's probably always what's happening, and I just never noticed before. Which is really embarrassing. Been running around thinking I was doing a good job. Just shrines. Has nothing to do with me. Die, Rune Warden.
I cannot do that.
You dead. Nope. Nope. Oh, those are all bows. I don't need any bows. Need this level, though. Do I need a new relic? I definitely need a new relic. That lightning and cold and fire resist are all useless. Okay, the cold resistance isn't totally useless, but basically this whole thing is useless. I'm getting 7 intelligence and 2 spell damage out of this thing. We definitely need a new relic. For sure.
I cannot do that.
La da dee, la da dee. You know what I suddenly have a hankering for is some old school NES video games. Or SNES video games. I want to play, like, some old Breath of Fire games. Or some Little Ninja Brothers. Or... Gosh, there's so many good games. Honestly, I really want to play some Little Ninja Brothers. That game was so good. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-na. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Talk myself in, talk myself out. I get all worked up, then I let myself down. Bye bye.
Yes.
I think I've been talking to myself again. I don't know what's going on. One-handed mace. A septa. Ooh. That's a lot of spell damage right there. Might be worth. Void resist. That's a rogue body armor. Okay. Let's see, just real quick. We're gonna hit this one time. Poison damage. Didn't do anything for me. Shatter it. I do have, hang on. I do have one of my runes here. Randomly changes the exalted affix. So I had an exalted affix somewhere that I was really interested in changing. Could have sworn. But I guess I could try and change this fire resistance into something because it's tier 6 sealed affix. Oh, this is 0 forging potential. Never mind. Was it this elemental resistance I was trying to change? Quite this journey since my last chat. Vid drivers, several PC restarts, change PC core, tuning, etc. All that due to the Dune character creator. Damn, Drat. You got shitted on, bro. Sorry about that. You trying to get your character just right for the launch? I can't, like, I'm totally geeking out about Dune, bro. I can't even. 14th. Ah, got it. Are they, like, well known for having issues? Ooh. Increased elemental critical strike chance. Chance to cast fire aura on crit. Ooh, we need to make this good. Give me something. Do you want my love? Well, that's a pretty big bummer for gaming. You're gonna have to change that motherfucker out. Can't be having that.
I cannot do that.
Get you a 13th gen. Or a 15th gen? I don't know what gen they're on. But you don't wanna overclock it, not underclock it. That ain't no fun.
I cannot do that.
Hopefully that's not the case for the whole ass game, but I assume it's gonna be.
I cannot do that.
Choo choo choo. I'm excited for Dune 2. I was on the fence, but you and others have me hyped. Yeah. This is the first time I think I've ever had such a huge change of opinion this close to a launch. There's been so little information about the Deep Desert and their PvP loop that I made a lot of assumptions, and I imagine a lot of other people did too. So I hope that some of those assumptions made and some of the misinformation that was given out by people like me who were making those assumptions, because I absolutely put out a bunch of misinformation. I hope that that doesn't hurt the game too much, and that that doesn't hurt people's decisions as to whether or not to play. Because I would hate for somebody to come in like a month or 2 months or even a year late to the game and realize that it had all the things that they had wanted, and that they had, listened to somebody like me or something that gave out some incorrect information or had some trepidations that were sort of unfounded. And, then they lose all that time when they could have been there right at the start. That would really make me sad. But just the Landsrad system is so unique and leaves really a lot of opportunity for a lot of interesting potential DLC type stuff in the future. And the 1 week PvP zone wipe, I think, is super important too. Base rating is going to be so much fun. I hope that there's not too much ability, or even any ability, to teleport around out in the deep desert. I hope you need to actually make the trip into the deep desert, because if you don't have to make the trip, then I'm a little worried that there won't be as many bases. There just won't be as much content out there. There won't be as much stuff going on. And I hope that one of the things that I think is going to help more casual or not permanently online people is going to be that there's going to be a chance to attack some of those bases when there's nobody online to defend them. And I think that's going to be important because it's a huge way for a small group of people to maybe get a little bit of a boost, or to really, come out of the deep desert with a nice bag, a good get by going in and finding maybe a bigger guild that has an outpost or something out there. Maybe none of their people are online, just do a cheeky little offline raid. I think that'll be great. But I do hope that your bases out in the deep desert will count as respawn points, because that will give them so much value to players, and so players will make the bases, right? If there's no value in making the base, then people won't do it, and then that whole bit of content just kind of doesn't exist. So I hope they put a lot of reasons for people to want to make bases out there. Let's see, a crit strike multi-armor. Get meteor, dodge rating, poison resist. 23 ward gained when you cast flame ward. +1 charge for flame ward. That's actually a really good... I like that a lot. Okay. Let's empower this. At the very least, maybe we'll get some increased... or some shards for that flame ward thing. Looks like you're kicking ass with this mage. How you like it? I'm liking it a lot. We're still in the early monos. I'm only on the level 75 monolith. And I'm kind of at a point now where I can get builds to work pretty good through regular monoliths pretty consistently. So, I'm not really totally shocked that I'm doing well through these monoliths now. My problem is going to be eventually we're going to get to empowered monoliths, and I have a bad habit of sucking once we get to empowered monoliths, so... But it's a super fun build. I really like all the lightning stuff happening, and I like how fast I can get the attack speed up. Because my enchant weapon gives me like 50% increased attack speed for a couple of seconds. So I can just get crazy with it. So like, here's my regular attack speed. Then I hit my enchant, and I'm just like, wow! And it's super fun. Is this modeled after your brother's build? No, my brother's build, he uses... he uses this static orb skill here. And he uses focus. And so focus is sort of like the defensive skill. Like I have rebuke on my pally. And so he uses this, but there's a way to make it so that you can move while you hold this focus channeling ability. And so he uses focus, and he just flies around with his focus on, constantly channeling this. And then the static orbs just like shoot out of him. And when the static orbs shoot out of him, they're doing like huge damage. So he's just like obliterating shit and being super safe. For the longest time, he had like shit ass equipment. I don't even know if he's upped his equipment at all. He's just been running around with absolute garbage equipment and just destroying everything. It's been hilarious. So no, this is quite a bit different actually. Yes, I am thoroughly enjoying Spellblade Gravy. A lot. There are some interesting skills that Spellblade has that I really want to try. Like Firebrand is really cool. Surge has been interesting. It's my dash skill here. So Surge hits all the enemies that you pass through when you use it. And there's a lot of stuff you can do on hit with this skill. So I wonder if there's a way to get rid of Surge's cooldown. Even if it means increasing its cost a lot. To maybe just be dashing through enemies all the time. And just hitting them that way and triggering a lot of my other attacks and stuff. So, I don't know. There are so many cool builds, and with 3 elements, um, the way the way this game sets up skills is just so cool. Because even though I'm using Mana Strike, I'm only using this stuff over here for Mana Strike, right? This is Mana Strike for the sake of casting other skills, basically. But that's forsaking all of this. Um, Holy crap! So that's forsaking all of this other stuff, like base lightning damage for how much. Um, Enchanter. Was that the mana regen skill? Is that what you're... Yes, I think it is a mana regen. But it's also a defensive skill. It reduces the damage he takes while he's channeling. So yeah, it might be. I never played an enchanter. I always played a hero, and at one point I also made a warden. Used to focus bubble a pet and send it out to aggro. Oh yeah, no. It wasn't like it's not a pet skill. It's personal, and it doesn't have any sort of like aggroing effects or anything like that. I'm pretty sure it's just a mana regen slash defensive skill.
I cannot do that.
No, yeah, the bubble itself doesn't reflect any damage. It might be able to, or it might be able to do stuff when you get hit. Like my bubble that I use here, this attacks enemies. So this one is actually a little more like the enchanter one, because when they attack me, it lashes out with lightning and hits them back. Let's come on over here. We can see it. Yeah, you see those little like flashes when things hit me? That's things attacking my lightning shield. There's just too much going on in this game. Builds in this game are just too good. I can't. If we ever get an MMO that has a skill system like modern ARPGs, my life will be over. You'll never see me again. I might stop streaming. Because I wouldn't want to spend the mental bandwidth trying to talk. And I will literally just disappear into a hole. Nobody will ever see my face again. Unfortunately, it's unlikely that Light No Fire is going to check all of my boxes. Light No Fire is going to be great, and I'm super excited for it. And I'm absolutely going to be playing it. But from a skill perspective and from a combat perspective, I doubt that Light No Fire is going to be all that good, because that's just not really what Hello Games focuses on. They focus more on the exploration and stuff like that. At least they did with No Man's Sky. Is that sort of like Rocco's Modern Life, Dret? Hermit's Virtual Life? And I need good combat, and I need engaging combat stuff. I like to fight things a lot. And so I don't think that No Man or Light No Fire is going to really scratch that itch. It is going to scratch my itch for exploration, though. And that's totally fine with me. I don't mind, packing all my shit into a rucksack and heading out on my pet dragon to just go climb to the top of the nearest mountain and see what I can see. Like, that'll be super fun. And I'll do that shit all day. But it's not quite going to be the overwhelming, like, oh my gosh, I can't stop playing this game all the freaking time thing that I would like it to be. Or at least I don't think it will be. It's possible that I'm wrong. We've found out recently that I am in fact fallible. I was as shocked as you all. I could have sworn that I knew everything. Was very abrupt to realize that I didn't.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
That sounds suspiciously like I was fallible once, but I got better. It's like, I don't know if y'all have ever seen Teen Wolf, but there's that scene where they're talking about like what everybody is to Liam when he first becomes a werewolf. And they're explaining that Styles was the Nogitsune. And then Liam's like, well, what are you now? It sounds like, better? I love that TV show, in case you didn't know. Totally down with the werewolves. Oh shit, I died. Oh poop. It's been a while since I died. I definitely need to work on this character's defenses, or I need to get significantly more attack power. We are not hitting hard enough to have this few hit points and still think that we're going to survive things. Especially once we get to empowered monoliths. This might be good enough to take us all the way to empowered monoliths, because a lot of this early game stuff, you have to have enough defenses and stuff to survive some of these things. But like the bosses and stuff especially, you can just kind of beat your way through by dodging.
I cannot do that.
Once you get to empowered monoliths, life gets a little trickier. Can you pair bubble or focus with your lightning attack? You mean like cause them to automatically go off when I use it? My bubble right now automatically activates if I get stunned. So there is a degree of being able to trigger it. The problem is that words are hard. It's got a cooldown. So it only gets cast so many times. It's a pretty quick cooldown in the long run for as much as it gives me. But I still take more damage than that sometimes.
I cannot do that.
Wasn't looking close enough to see with all that stuff on screen. Oh yeah. No, it's definitely difficult to... Don't have to apologize. Black. Everybody die. Drag a whole bunch of things over here. Attack, attack. Attack, attack, attack. Okay, we're gonna kill whatever this thing is. Getting in my way. So have you learned anything super cool about Dune? Have you been watching any videos or anything, Drat? Have any information that you might be able to share with me that maybe I missed? I don't think I need this. It's kind of cool though. Is to apply frailty. This is all fire damage. Don't need that. And I don't need that. So let's get all those. Let's see what we got here. Physical resistance was sealed in tier 3. That's not bad. Tier 7 poison resistance. I can't believe that gives me 93% resistance. The dodge rating is tier 2, so it can be changed. The ward gained when you cast Flame Ward. I'm sad that that didn't get changed. Then we've got tier 4 on this Meteor skill. So I don't need the Meteor skill. So there's a bunch of stuff on here. It's maybe not very useful. We don't need this dodge rating, and we don't need this level 4 of Meteor. The poison, if I get this poison resist in tier 7, might have some value, but I might actually go ahead and just change it with this Rune of Redemption. So we're going to use some Runes of Removal. This isn't something I do very often when I'm crafting, but Runes of Removal will take a random affix off of the item. So this has 5 affixes with 2 affixes that I don't want. And so because of that, I have an almost 50-50 chance of removing one of these 2 affixes I don't want. No, I really want to remove this one, but I'd be okay with removing this one, because then I get to choose the affix that goes on there. And so that's really valuable from a saving forge potential. That's really valuable from a couple of different perspectives. So I'm going to hit this. And we took off the dodge, which is awesome. So we now have a much, much stronger item. I can risk this and hit that Rune of Removal again and try and get rid of this Meteor, which is probably what I'm going to do, even though it's a terrible idea. And then I get to add two things here. If I can get this off, then I will literally be the happiest person alive. Oh no. Yo, Twisty, thanks for the sub. 3 months now. What's up, dude? Glad to see you back in here. Well, we took off the really, really good stat that I really, really wanted. And that makes me a little sad. So this item is basically useless now. So we're just going to remove. We're playing Last Epoch right now. We're just crafting up some items. We probably won't really get into any Dune stuff for a few days. Ultimately, I'm just kind of in a holding pattern right now. My whole life is basically revolving around my future plans for Dune. I stayed up until 3 o'clock in the morning last night and actually started my stream late today because I was busy making the Discord for the Dune Guild.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, so I will be trying to find some people to help me run the guild, that's for sure. I do want probably 2 more, like, co-guild leaders that'll be the council. Because don't have a dog and bark yourself. That's a pretty funny saying. I'd never heard that before. That's pretty funny. Yeah, but I will definitely be looking to get a couple of people to run the guild with me for sure. I will be making the guild announcement, so I'm going to make myself a little video probably. And we'll be announcing, and I'll be giving a link to the guild Discord for applications in a few days. They're having an AMA on Reddit on the 6th. starting at 7 a.m. Pacific time, and then going until, I believe, 4 p.m. Pacific time. So I think on that day, I'm going to do like a just chatting stream, and we're going to bring up the AMA for Reddit. I don't think you can control a server, so it's quite a bit different than it's quite a bit different than Arc in that there are going to be, I guess you could say, a lot of different server clusters, but all of those server clusters are going to be PvE only. And then those server clusters are going to share a PvP zone. So the way it works is there's the Haga Basin, and the Haga Basin can only have 40 people in it. But they're calling them worlds. So for every world, there's going to be a lot of Haga Basins. Yeah, sort of. So in every world, there's going to be, like maybe 100, 200 Haga Basins, because there's going to be about 1,000 people per cluster. So you will have the ability to choose a Haga Basin that's like your home basin, and that home basin is where you're going to build your base. But then you can visit all of the other Haga Basins to like go visit your friend's base or anything like that. And then attached to all those Haga Basins is the Deep Desert. And the Deep Desert is the PvP zone. And that Deep Desert zone is only one instance. So everybody from all of those Haga Basins leaves to go out into the same Deep Desert zone and fight over there. So you'll totally be able to, maybe get your guild. So each guild can only have 32 people in it. And as far as I know, there isn't an alliance system, but there is a faction system. And so you join one of two factions at launch. There will be a third faction coming soon after launch. And so you join a faction and you join a guild. And then even though technically you can attack people from your faction in the Deep Desert, there is a system of cooperation in place that requires your faction to cooperate to win this sort of weekly metagame that changes some of the rules that happen in the Deep Desert for the next week. Because the Deep Desert gets totally wiped every week. So any structure you build out in the PvP zone needs to be purpose-built and is temporary. Because every week a big storm comes through, wipes out everything that exists in the Deep Desert, the PvP zone, and then changes the landscape. So resources spawn in different places, objectives are in different places, everything about the Deep Desert changes, and so you have to go re-scout the Deep Desert every single week. And the Deep Desert is like 4 or 5 times larger than the PvE zones. So it's just this massive, massive play space. And then you can share maps, right? So if you go out and you like scan and find all of this detailed information about where resources are and stuff like that for yourself, you can actually make a copy of your map and then sell it on the in-game marketplace to other players so that they can get. Yes, it is like Tarkov and Darker in that you're going there in raids, but it is also a persistent raid environment. So in Darker, you're going into these instances and the instance collapses every time you leave. In this case, the instance isn't collapsing every time you leave. So there is an opportunity. You will want to build structures because there's going to be a time element to getting out there. Because again, the play space is huge, and the further you go out from the PvE area, the more and more valuable resources you'll be able to find. So you won't want to be, taking your ornithopter and flying your resources back and forth, right? You're going to want to set up an outpost just like you would in Ark so that you can harvest a huge mass of resources and then make one trip back to your main base in the PvE zone to refine and craft with those resources. You're not going to want to fill up a truck and then fly it back and then fill up a truck and then fly it back. Right, you'll want to be out there for at least a couple of hours, if not a couple of days. And so there's going to be a ton of PvP that happens around, destroying people's outposts and stealing those resources that they're gaining. So there's going to be a little bit of decision making that goes on, like, how strong do I think I am? Do I think I can defend this, overnight, for example? Am I going to have enough players who are going to be on between, midnight and 6 a.m. when the rest of the team gets on, that if somebody tried to raid our outpost, could they maybe do that? Has anybody found our outpost, right? Are we hidden enough? Are we underneath this rock outcropping well enough? You can't build in caves. So, you can build under rock outcroppings and that can help. But in like the full-on caves, you can't build in. So there's just going to be a ton of, like what can I do? What should I do? That's going on with that. And so, I mean, I think it's an extremely unique way to go about the PvEs or the PvP zone. Be out there building a castle. Oh yeah, no, so that's the other thing, is you can make builds, and then you can sell the blueprints to those builds on the marketplace. So that's going to be something that really happens. You've got your builders in Ark like Captain Fat Dog and some of the other folks that are super good at building PvP bases. Captain Fat Dog usually kind of builds like ridiculous stuff. But you've got tons of builders out there who are really good at building purpose-built PvP bases. And they're going to be able to mock something up real quick and then sell it in the marketplace so that, other people who maybe aren't as good at building can just take that blueprint out there and plunk it down for whatever they need to do. So that'll help speed up the process of making those outposts. But then they'll have to be a little more generic, right? So you maybe won't be able to get it back underneath that rock outcropping that you want to get it in quite as well. So there's going to be a little give and take there as well. It's going to be great. It's really going to be great. I also think that there will be a place for building castles out there. So the resource distribution isn't necessarily even. And so this is something we saw in Ark all the time, right? When you take over a server, you also put structures where the really good resources are. And you sort of defend those really good resource locations to prevent other people from being able to effectively harvest those resources on your server, which dissuades them from living on your server. And so the same thing is absolutely going to happen in Dune, where, if you find a really good resource location, you and your faction could build, a bunch of bases encircling it or whatever to defend this really good resource location from the other faction. And then the amount of resources they have to put forward to try and kick you out of there to maybe take that over might not be worth it to them. And so you create sort of a safe space out in the open PvP zone where you and other members of your faction might be able to go ahead and harvest some of those more important resources in mass and then transport back. There's going to be an incredible amount of need for politics in this game, just like Ark was. You're going to have to, because people who are in your faction are not necessarily your allies and can still attack you, at least I think that's the case, you are going to have to make alliances within your faction and share a lot of information. There's going to be a ton of information sharing about, where am I, what am I doing right now, just like in Ark when you were playing small tribes. And, maybe you had a couple of tribes on your server and you wanted everybody to be able to communicate about what resources they're farming when, so that nobody's stepping on each other's toes. There's going to be a lot of that going around. There's going to be a lot of information sharing about enemy activities in the deep desert. I just saw so-and-so's guild, flying 6 ornithopters in this region of the map, going in this direction or something like that. And so you need to be able to easily share that information across multiple guilds. So I actually have a really cool system for that using Discord. And I'm going to be sharing that with like allied guilds and stuff when we finally nail down our server. Using the Discord announcement system, I have like a really intricate little way where I don't even necessarily need to be in other guilds' Discords to be getting their information, and a way that they can protect it so that unwanted people can't also copy their information. So, and then there's going to be a lot of espionage going on, right? I'm going to be trying to get into some of the bigger guilds' Discords and see if I can't get a hold of some of their information channels and follow them. So if they happen to end up in my server or in my world, then I'll be able to keep track of them. That's going to be so important. I've sort of lost my mind a little bit. I might be going overboard, but I've lost my mind a little bit.
I cannot do that.
It's probably mostly going to be a lot of fob versus fob fighting, though. Again, because everything gets wiped every week, you're just not going to have the time necessarily to build the insane bases like you could in Ark. So you'll never be raiding a full-on base. Also, there are some pretty strict build limits as far as like the total spread that you can have and how many structures you can have and stuff like that. So it's always sort of going to be like smaller fob versus smaller fob fighting. I don't know if there will be much Fortniting. Again, there's an area when you place down your claim. It looks like it's a little bit like Once Human, where there's an area that you can build within. So there may be a little fortniting to try and get yourself an advantage as far as height is concerned, so that you can build high enough to shoot down into somebody's compound, maybe. You won't necessarily be able to do the fortnights like you used to, where you like build all the way over to somebody's structure and blow it up. So I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see how things start to shake out. You gain ward based on your current mana when you directly use a skill that costs at least 40 mana. Nope. 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 Sure, let's do more intelligence. My intelligence at now 47? Shit, yeah. More intelligence than I even have in real life. Ooh, +1 to Mana Strike. Hold up. I use Mana Strike. I don't need lightning resistance, though. Give me something else. Poison. And I don't need physical. Give me something else. That's not what I wanted. Give me something else. Don't want that either. Okay, you suck. Hey, I got the one I wanted. Oh no, that's Mana Strike there. Never mind, I didn't. Oh, I got all 3 of them though. Nice. Got 3 Mana Strike shards. I definitely want to look at this belt. This belt has the champion affix I want, plus spell damage. Chance for lightning blast to chain 4 additional times. I don't use lightning blast, but 25% increased spell damage seems nice on another affix there. So I want to maybe change some of these. Regeneration's not what I need. Ward gained is not what I need. Not what I need. Not what I need. Okay, never mind. Didn't get anything there. And this I can't use until level 73, which is 3 levels away. Okay. Don't need that. Need that. That. Don't need that. Pretty sure I don't need that. Okay. Okay. Poison resist, nice. Ooh. That's interesting. I'm really excited to see what these look like when they get finished being empowered. Those both might end up being pretty decent uniques. Cocaine miasma. I hate this freaking poison dude. Rot steel, you obnoxious pain in the ass.
I cannot do that.
That champion affix. Chance to electrify on hit. Is it on melee hit or is it on hit? Chance to electrify on hit. Damn. So it also said chance to cast smite on hit with throwing attacks, which is also insanely good because you could absolutely do a lightning javelin, lightning smite build with the paladin that would just slap because smite, when you change it to electric, changes all fire damage and all ignite chance from all sources. Well, maybe not all fire damage, but all ignite chance from all sources to electrify chance, I believe. Oops. I was talking too much and I let myself get killed. Womp womp. Yeah. So you could easily get your smites on with this. Dang. Ooh, and it's got damage over time. Critical strike chance is kind of meh. Melee critical. So this isn't on a great spear, like on a good base. But that affix is pretty cool. Don't really need that though on this character. Oh, I was supposed to be moving towards killing this boss. Whoops. I got myself backwards. Sometimes I just go on autopilot. Don't know what the hell I'm doing. And oopsie goof.
I cannot do that.
Alright though.
I
Flayer Shark of Rage. For a dude with such an intricate name, he didn't last very long, did he? Like one of those quote-unquote bosses in an anime where the main hero dude is just super OP. He comes out and he starts talking all this smack and talking about how good he is, and then the hero one-shots him. That's what that was like.
I cannot do that.
I'm the hero in this scenario, in case you didn't know. Slap, 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 slap. Slap, slap, slap. Slap, slap. So since we've got quite a few people who seem to be tuned in right now, is there anybody who's currently watching who is going to be playing Dune like an obsessive psychopath like me who maybe wants to help start and run the guild? I am looking for people who are going to be obsessive psychopaths, though. I will take anybody, no matter how many hours they play or what their commitment level is to be in the guild. When it comes to having some folks to help me run it, I'm looking for obsessive psychopaths. A big part of my goal with the guild is to try and automate information and like activity creation and stuff like that, so that, you know, we can have players who maybe don't spend as much time in the game, but who can still quickly get in, kind of see what's going on, and then jump right into content. And that's going to take a pretty significant investment from myself and other leadership to be able to make that a reality. And to be able to, well, because the information and stuff isn't necessarily going to be automated. It'll be a lot of manual inputting, you know, the state of the world and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know what that emoji is, Detestion. Hit him with the pow pows? I don't know what the pow pows is. You were confusing me. Okay. Ah, okay. I can do that. I can just hit people. That's not a problem. That's all I'm good at. Mindless attacking. It's why I don't play DPS or healer in MMO games. I just play the tank. Because it feels the most mindless to me. Just go stand in front of the enemy and get punched in the face. I totally handle that. But the DPS are always the ones who have to, like, watch out for mechanics and crazy shit like that.
Fools!
And then the healer's got to watch my stupid ass get punched in the face and try and save my life, so I definitely can't do that. Just stand in the big middle of shit, swinging whatever weapon I got. That's all I'm good for. It's never gonna stop raining in my motherfucking town.
Yes.
Let's kick this dude's butt. Gonna dookie on lagging. You hear that, dude? You're gonna get dookied on. Entertain you? I think not, my friend. Get away. This dude's asking me if this is the best I can do, and I'm beating his ass. Like, how much better do I need to be doing to earn a little freaking respect around here? You are literally getting dominated, and you're talking smack. Don't even understand.
I cannot do that.
Doom. Attack, 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 attack. I've started to bore you? You're boring me, Lagan. I may have talked too much shit. Well, Dookie. That makes me sad. Hang in there. We're gonna maybe pass a couple more levels here. And then we'll go do the thing. Why am I suddenly dying all the time?
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. Save me! Fools.
Oryx Bones. One-handed mace. That's useful at all.
Yes?
This thing is totally useless, right? Yes. So anything I add to this one is just going to be a huge boost. So let's rock some intelligence on here. I haven't used up a single forging potential yet. Holy crap. Oh, and I tier 5 both of those. That's awesome. Then let's rock some health. Okay, we only got 1 point of health. That is so much better than this other item, though. That was basically useless to me.
Take care.
Yeah, let's look at... So I've got 3454 here. So about 300 damage. 1974. About 150 damage on my spells. Yeah, that's real nice. Plus a little bit of health. Doesn't want a little bit of health. So good. From an ultimately really bad item, too. I mean, that was really low forging potential. Started out as a blue. Coming from the vendor, you always get less forging potential from vendor items in this game. They're just there to be kind of stopgaps early on. So, I can't even believe I end up with such a huge improvement off of what should have ultimately been a useless item.
I cannot do that.
Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Bad things are happening in my life. Somebody please make them stop. There we go. That was terrifying.
I cannot do that.
Booyah. Zippity zap. Two-handed staff. I don't have necrotic spells. I'm a mage, not an acolyte. Why are you ruining my life? Hmm. Go up this way, I think. At this point, we're just passing a couple of levels. Maybe trying to make a few additional incremental boosts to our defenses here. Because we had a little bit of trouble with lagging. We can definitely dodge all of his attacks just fine. But we do want to be able to just eat his claw slams and stuff. And when he does his second phase, when he's got those little water waves going back and forth across the screen, if you can't eat the water wave and the slam attack with the claw, then you're going to end up getting killed eventually. Unless you plan on dodging all of the claw slams, which, well, I don't. So, ooh, we finally get to see these items in their completedness. That's very exciting. It looks like there's a siege golem. Let's kill this siege golem before we open that dude up. Siege golems scare me. I've lost more than one character to a siege golem in hardcore. It'd be scary as fuck. Alright, what do we end up with over here? Tier 4 poison resist. That's not bad. And Tier 5 increased area with area skills. So both of those are actually pretty cool. I'm pretty happy about those. I'll probably keep them around. Because you never know. Fire resist, cast speed, endurance. I really don't need that. And I really don't need that. But we're going to challenge this thing anyway. Nice. God, I'm loving this lightning build. I love that sometimes things really line up really well with this build. So I have a chance to cast my Frost Claw, which is actually a Lightning Claw now, when I hit, but I also have a chance to cast the Lightning Claw when somebody else hits me. And that's really important because it casts that Lightning Claw out at them wherever they are. Which means that, for example, when I'm getting attacked by these ranged enemies, that can happen. And so the other thing that can really line up really well, that makes for really explosive attacks at range, is whenever I hit with my Frost Claw, I have a 48% chance, I think. 42% chance to cast my Elemental Nova, which is mostly a Lightning Nova. Although I did take Ice Nova so that I could get the reduced mana cost. So then it will also cast the Nova at their location. So if everything lines up really good, I can get like a couple of Frost Claws and a couple of Novas to just nuke down a whole pack of range mobs. And it's fucking hilarious.
I cannot do that.
That's why sometimes you see things kind of all line up together really well, and then just a whole mess ton of enemies die really fast. And it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy it. Player was ambushed. Oh no. Not an ambush. Emerald Assassin Virua. You don't seem to be doing enough damage to be calling yourself an assassin, Brosif. I know what you think you're doing, but it is not assassinating. Worst assassin NA. Alright, I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, we back. You go fill up my water. Put a little caffeinated squirty juice in it. Caffeine pill from earlier today seems to be wearing off. So we'll get some more of that sweet, sweet go juice going. Let's get back into it. Kill more stuffs.
I cannot.
Murder! I hate Covenants of Dominion. They kill me so much. Oh my gosh. Enough
I
with the
cannot
killing.
do that.
I hate them. They're terrible. They're probably going to be all over this map too. There's probably not just going to be that one. And that's really going to upset me.
I cannot do that.
Yes. Yes, attack me, yes. Attacking me will be your doom. I feel like there's a really good auto bomber build in here somewhere. Like, there's gotta be a way to make that frost claw happen more often when I get hit instead of when I hit people. Or to find a way to hit more people at range. Because I think it might be when you hit with a melee attack. I know for sure part of it is when you hit with... Let's check. Part of it is when you hit with Mana Strike, right? It's this over here. No, this is Mana Arc. Never mind. Frost. Let's just put in here. Okay. So there's no chance to cast Frost. Why did I think you could cast Frost Claw with this range? Yeah, so this is a chance to cast on melee hit. And so a big part of what I'm doing is this retaliate. Is all spell. So there's no melee component to this retaliation, I don't think. So this retaliate can't be counted towards that. But then you only get this right here, which is just a 9% chance to cast Frostclaw. So let's see if we can do Retal. Yeah. So there's no way to up that. There may be like a champion mod or something like that. Might help with that. I did see there was that special prefix that we got. Look at this. Oh, come on. Oh, is there no Frost Claw anywhere? I could have sworn. Was it maybe the Elemental Nova then? Increased elemental damage level of Elemental Nova? It must have been. Or was it the... Oh, it was the Ward skill. Yeah, the Flame Ward charge. The Ward gain when you cast Flame Ward. That's right. That was the one that I was super happy about. There is no anything for the claw, though. That's just no fun.
I cannot do that.
Just want to claw more things.
I cannot do it.
Wonder if there's a way I can retaliate with melee attacks.
I cannot do that.
That was a lot of runes. That was nice. Definitely got a rune of ascendance in there. Oh, I did not. Never mind. Must have been a glyph of despair that I saw. Bummer. Do you have the time to listen to me whine about nothing and everything all at once? I am one of those melodramatic fools. Neurotic to the bone, no doubt about it. Doom. Perhaps I give myself the creeps. As my mind plays tricks on me, it all keeps adding up. I think I'm cracking up. That's how I feel today. Like I'm cracking up. I'm still relatively physically calm, but my brain is not calm today. It is going like 1,000 miles an hour. Ooh. Increased health mana. Mana spin gained as ward. One ward on hit per 10 missing mana. Your current ward is lower than your missing. Interesting. I'm going to take this just so I can shatter it. Those volcanic... Oh, I didn't get any of the volcanic orb ones, really. This game sucks. Sucks a poopy butthole. Been watching Rick and Morty clips. I think I'm going to have to go ahead and put on my my loot filter. We're getting a little too much loot on the screen. Making life a little shitty. And loot should never be making life shittier, right? Loot is a happy experience. If loot is making life shitty, we have a problem. I think we're gonna have a problem here. Oop. Well, that stuff was pretty bad. Let's actually go ahead and do this loot thing. Although I don't really want to do this loot thing. So we have our universal that we copy for all, duplicate, and then we rename it. Maiden Mage. And then we put something that evokes the sense of magic. And we make it lightning bolt colored. There we go. Firebolt. For now, it should be okay like this. It's just going to show all empowereds and stuff, or all exalteds. It's probably not going to recolor things that I actually want, because I don't think I have this stuff listed in here. But, I guess I definitely want both of those. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll do some more work on it some other time. Or maybe never. Who knows?
I cannot do that.
I cannot do that. With that attitude, you can't, brother. Not with that attitude. Boom. Bounty Keeper Raiment of Evasion. What made that one?
Fools.
What do we got here? Damage reflected to attackers. Don't care about that. Don't care about any of that. Okay, you suck. Couldn't shatter that, though. Zap, zap, zap. Zap, zap, zap.
I cannot do that.
Whack, 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 whack. I get it now. I get it now. Let's get it started in here. We got health regeneration. You're not useful even a little. Not useful. Not useful. Useful. Not useful. Not useful. And not useful. Still need one and a little bit more levels to be able to use that belt. That belt is going to be useful. I really want to craft on that belt.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot.
Oh, shiznit.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
I actually think I do need to go in and change this to mage. Confirm. Update. %7 chance to cast Fire Aura on crit. Increased lightning damage double if you have over 300 max mana. That's a good one. It's something good. Multiplier. That's okay. This one right here is pretty good. What is lightning ages? Do you have any information on that? No. I think we're gonna swap you out with that one right there. Owie. Nope. I see blood and destruction. The death of a nation because of one man. Blood and destruction because one man. Because of one man.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
I cannot do that. Let's kill the Patriarch first. He does the crazy blizzard thing. I don't like it. It's real hurty. Matriarch should be nice and easy to put down. And you're dead. Hmm. I don't have one of those runes. That's sad. Do you have any forging potential on any of my items? I do. And bump up that intelligence here. And let's try and change some things. Like, who needs endurance? Or health regen? Don't need dodge rating either. That item needs to be changed. Why did this item ever get put on? I think I might have accidentally put this helmet on. Because I don't really see any value in it. Elemental damage, spell critical strike, chance to chill on hit needs a reroll. Stun chance needs a reroll. Alright. Let's take this up to tier 4. And then let's get real spicy. Let's try and despair off this spell's... Oh, we can't. I need to hit level 73. Okay. But we're still going to get spicy with that here in a little while. That's not true. I don't need either of these. I kind of feel like this is a bad idea. But I also feel like I should do it anyway. Because if I could get either of one of these off, and not one of these two, A, that would give me more room to upgrade this one. B, it'd be cool. Fuck. Okay, at least there's that. Now we can put our spell critical back. At least let me get to 3. Oh no, I only got to tier 2. All I did was make the item worse. Okay. Got it. Got it. Whoopsie. See, I did that on purpose. That was just a lesson in how bad gambling is for the rest of you. Right? Especially when you don't have a backup plan. And this goes for life also. You go to the casino and it's your last $5 in your pocket. You don't gamble the last $5, especially if it's going to take you $5 to taxi home. You just take the taxi home. Because you're not going to win. And then you're going to have to walk. And that sucks. Taking a taxi home, Gravy. Taking a taxi home.
I cannot do that.
We're taking a taxi home from the casino because usually being at the casino involves lots of drinking, and we're responsible. We don't drink and drive. That is probably a good thing, Zero Gravy. I don't really drink anymore. Boy, howdy did I when I was younger.
I cannot do that.
Find the rune prisons. I hate this one.
I cannot.
The stupid experimental mages were put in the rune prisons for a reason. It's not because they were experimenting with magic that they shouldn't have been. It's that they were so freaking annoying that nobody wanted to be around them anymore.
I cannot.
Oh, look at me, I dash. Nobody cares. Just be dead.
They would cage us all.
My brilliance is unequaled. You're an idiot. You got trapped in a rune prison. How brilliant can you possibly be? You were trapped. I let you out, and then you started attacking me like an asshole. You were drowning. I threw you a life preserver. Then you started slinging spells at me. There was something over here I wanted to look at. Guess not.
I cannot do that.
Guess friggin' not. Alright, last one of these clowns. Mana courses through me. Trying to finish the side count on Claire Obscure. For tomorrow's stream I can end the game, but damn, it's been a good game. Yeah. It looked like it was a good game. I will keep it in mind. If I ever get the urge to play a single player game, or maybe if they come out with a DLC or something for it, I might pick it up and give it a go. I think the greatest thing about single player games is that honestly I don't need to necessarily play them. Because I could just like go watch your stream VODs or something. Pretty much get the whole experience and not have to worry about it too much. But it'd be fun. Also, I got a good dodging and parry finally. Oh, nice. Good job. I'm proud of you, Gravy. Also, I like calling you Gravy. I think that your name is very good. Rolls right off the tongue. Whether it's just Gravy or Zero Gravy. I think it's smooth. Just a half cup. Half cup of gravy. Ooh, an experience shrine. Last Epoch, I learned about builds. All that now in Clair Obscure, my builds in one or two shot bosses. Nice. Very nice. That is true. Action RPGs are a great place to learn about scaling systems and you know, what maybe some of the most important parts of a build can be. And they also put you in a position where you've already had to deal with an extremely complicated build system. So if you now end up dealing with a much more basic or straightforward build system, it makes it much, much easier to put a really good build together. That is definitely true. After Act 2, you get a skill which allows you to break the 9999 damage limit. People have found ways to do 1.8 billion damage. Damn. Well, that's fun. I like that games have started incorporating things that sort of create a hard mode without having to come out and say, like, this is hard mode. I can't believe I just died. What a dick. But for example, what you're saying here is where you can get a skill that allows you to break that 9999 damage limit. Basically, if you use that skill, you're playing easy mode. And if you don't use that skill, you're playing on hard mode. And that's a really cool little thing to be able to do inside of your game. I like it. I like it a lot. It also allows you to just kind of bounce back and forth too, right? If you get to a boss that's a little too difficult for you, you could just be like, oop, put in the person with that skill or use that skill. And then if the boss isn't too hard for you, you can do it on the hard mode. Love it. I think it's great. I think it's real great. What are we doing here? I don't even know anymore. Might be getting close to time to call it. I got a lot more work to do on the old Discord server and stuff. But I kind of don't want to stop streaming. I really, really want to talk to people about Dune right now. I'm way too obsessive when I get it in my head that I'm going to really like a game. Just can't stop. It has taken over control of my brain and my thoughts. Seriously, if I could sleep for a month, I would go to sleep. I would happily skip the next month of my life to be able to play Dune tomorrow. No problem.
I cannot fools.
Assuming they don't delay it again, yeah. Then I'll be hella sad. Y'all are gonna see super angry rage hermit. Gonna smash keyboards and scream into my microphone. Yeah, I'm gonna play a Mentat with some trooper stuff. I'm gonna play Dune basically exactly like I play Once Human, which is just to make a sniper and go snipe people in the face. I think it's gonna be the best, the most fun thing for me, but also because I'm planning on playing in a slightly less sweaty server, and because there won't always be people from the guild necessarily around, because I assume most of the people who are going to end up in the guild will also end up being slightly more casual players, because that's just who I tend to end up being around. It'll be nice to, I think, have a sniper so that I can go out and do things on my own as well when the time comes to need to be able to do some of that. I don't want that. I think it will be an almost infinite amount of fun to go get up on top of rock outcroppings and stuff like that and snipe people as they're going through the forest or the desert. I assume that there are going to be sort of common paths through the desert. Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely so Trooper you can get like right away though. And Trooper's the one with the grappling hook. And with all the stuff that benefits the grappling hook so that you can like maintain. So I'm going to start Mentat and then I'm going to go Trooper. I'm going to get my grappling hook and then I'm going to get, all the headshot bonuses from the Mentat. Um, but I assume, do you all remember the second season of Sword Art Online where they were playing that game Gun Gale Online? And one of the early episodes is Shinon, or Shinon, is sitting way up in a rock outcropping with her big old sniper rifle. And those people are coming back from doing that raid. And she catches them in transit and snipes them down from way back up above to try and steal their stuff. That's what I'm looking for right there. I assume that there will be fairly consistent paths that are getting taken through the desert. I think that there's going to be uh, some pretty specific times when people are going to be taking stuff out of the desert. And event. So, like, specifically at the end of a week, you know, we're going to have the sandstorms and everything's going to get destroyed. And so people aren't going to be leaving anything in the desert during those sandstorms. So those are the times when you're going to have people with the least amount of defenses and the most amount of stuff. Because more of their players are going to have to be, you know, flying ornithopters that are designed for carrying instead of ornithopters that are designed for combat. And so that's when you're going to find people at their most vulnerable, I think. And that's when you're going to find people flying the most direct routes or traveling the most direct routes they can between their forward operating bases and their main bases back in the safe zones. So I think there's going to be a ton of opportunity at some pretty specific times for some pretty freaking entertaining combat. This is a really good scepter. This poison on hit needs to change, but just these two, the melee attack speed and the lightning damage for spells, and lightning damage leeches his health, plus it's got plus 60 spell damage. Yeah, I'm using this scepter. We're gonna do some stuff to this. Probably gonna try and get this attack speed off. Let's see, what kind of other prefixes might I be able to get on this thing? Critical strike multi, or just some general crit strike chance. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna bump this up maybe one more time. Then we're gonna despair it off, and then we're gonna put crit on there. We're gonna try and get some interesting stuff down here. What can I get as a suffix? Chance of shock doesn't really matter. Stun chance. Wow, all of these are totally useless. Got it. Yeah, so I pretty much only care about stuff here. But yeah, I think jumping supply chains is probably going to be one of the funnest activities. Also, I'm really excited to do a little espionage. I have, so I've been planning this for a really long time. I have Discord accounts that I created years ago. Now it's been years because of Ashes of Creation. Because I want to use those Discord accounts in Ashes of Creation to join Discords of enemy guilds so that I can spy on their Discords and like join enemy guilds. And so I'm going to be putting some of those Discord accounts to use. For this game. To go and try and get into some other people's Discords. Because I think it'll be really fun to know when people are doing that stuff too. I mean, you've got to, right? Because that's how you get the opportunity to have emergent gameplay. And that's why games like Ashes of Creation are not just saying that espionage and spying will happen, but they're actively encouraging people to spy on each other in those games. Is because when you have people doing that, right, the more knowledge you can have and the sooner you can have that knowledge about what your enemies are doing, the more opportunity there is to go and interact with them while they do it. If I have to just randomly happen on an enemy in the open world, potentially be able to fight them, then the instances of me being able to find fights that I can actually take is greatly reduced. Because, I might run into an enemy and there's 10 of them and there's only one of me. Well, now I maybe don't have time to muster up 9 other people to go and try and take this fight. But if I know there's going to be 10 of them, then I can take 9 other people with me. And I can go and be where they're going to be, and we can have a much better, longer, enjoyable fight. And so I think it's very, very important to just the overall content availability of the game for guilds to be doing stuff like that. Now, it's also important as a guild to protect yourself from that because you don't want to become other people's content. So I have a strategy already in place that's going to keep people from being able to do what I'm going to do to them to me because of the way my Discord is set up. But I mean, it's just another layer. And then that means, because what I want to do to get information from other places is very automated, because I'm going to follow their announcement channels. So anytime they announce, a call to action or anything like that in their Discords, then that announcement will also be copied to the Discord channel in my server that everybody in the guild is going to have access to. And it's going to be called, ongoing or active enemy operations or whatever. And so whenever they do a call to action, then even if I'm not online, or even if none of the leadership is online, that content instantly basically becomes available to everybody else in my guild so that they can, like, oh, there's going to be 5 people doing this cargo run in 1 hour. Oh, well, there's no leadership on, but there's 5 of us on. We can all go take part in that. And so it's going to be important for leadership of lots of different guilds to start using some of these mechanics of, the secondary and tertiary applications that we use when we play MMOs to help generate some of that availability. Because then you can have more casual players in guilds. And those people don't necessarily have to know, what's a good route that I can go scout to try and find people to fight. What's what pathing do people usually use? What's the layout of this week's deep desert, right? If you don't really know because you haven't scouted, there's all this work that you would have to do beforehand to be able to go and enjoy this potential content. But now we can share maps. So as the guild leader, I'm going to, focus really hard at the beginning of each week on buying good maps for each of the different regions and aggregating those, doing some scouting myself, getting people in the guild who like to scout to go do some scouting, and just aggregate as good of a map as I possibly can, as fast as I possibly can, and then just disseminate it to the rest of the guild, because that's information that you have to be able to go and do these activities. And then if we're bringing in information about what our allies are doing and also what our enemies are doing, then that just automates this whole layer of content that other people just don't have access to because they don't have the information about what's going on, right? The only way they can know if their allies are doing something is if they go jump in their allies' Discord and type in, like, hey, are you guys doing anything right now? Or if they go explore the deep desert and find an enemy doing something. But if I can automate that, then we can just jump in, check the log real quick. Oh, okay, 20 minutes ago, the allied group said that they were going to go farm spice. And then you can just jump in, right? Grab your ornithopter and then go help them farm spice, or go farm a little spice yourself, or go, defend them from whoever might attack them while they're farming spice or whatever. And now there are these world activities that are just happening. And it's all player driven. So it should be good. Should work out well. I'm very excited about it. It's honestly all something that can be done in a lot of other games too. Like the same stuff could be done in Albion, the same stuff could be done in, like Ark or anything like that. I think that the way Dune is set up with its weekly stuff is going to be better for it. Ooh, this is a really good one, actually. Not that I need it because I want these boots, but still. But I think it's only really going to be better for it because the weekly wipes are huge for players being able to enjoy that. If you had my luck, you'd be moving right when the game releases. So I actually have the opposite luck. I was going to be moving when it was going to be releasing before, and now I should be moved by the time it actually releases. So I'm sorry. I think I'm the one who pretty much totally fucked you there. My good luck canceled out your bad luck, or your luck, and gave you bad luck. I should be moving at the end of this month, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's what's happening. Okay, I need to change this because this is a good little lammy here. If I could change that fire damage into something good, might be in the money. Give me lightning damage. Me lightning damage. Give me lightning damage. Lightning damage. Well, that was awful. Oh, what a waste. What a waste. That's funny. I probably shouldn't have done that, but it was worth a laugh. It was worth a laugh. Rampaging giant scorpion of shadows. Could you imagine if you had to introduce yourself like that every time you met a new person? Hi, my name is Rampaging Giant Scorpion of Shadows. Such a long name. We're gonna go destroy the siege spire. What's this? I really like this axe. So this axe looks like a shield. And it has, you know, like block chance and stuff. Ink. Nope, just block effectiveness. Health gain. Oh, no, it does have block chance. Does it? Right, so it is a shield. But it's actually an axe, so you can actually dual wield shields in this game. I actually really need to make a build based on that. Because it's something I've always wanted from a video game, because I'm the tank, right? I don't care about putting out damage. If I could dual wield shields in an MMO, I'd fucking do it. So I want to make a cool dual shield, like retaliation strike style build, I think. Or thorns style build. It would make me very happy. Hey, thank you. I get to put my new belt on now. But this, I actually kind of like. Let's see if I get lucky and remove that. Nope. Remove the tier 6. Whoops. Whoopsie. Crit avoidance. I actually want to use removals on this because I want to get this. Go, drop that on the ground. Then I want to use rune removals on this too. Because I want... Oh, this. But the reason I want those, even though I don't use those skills, is so if I ever see them on a helmet again, I can try and change them into something else. Mana spent gained as ward. Let's see, what other prefix stuff do I got going on here? You could do intelligence, no problem. Could gain levels in elemental nova. Have any of those? I'm also not using static orb, lightning blast, or rune bolt, so none of this is really useful to me right now. Fire aura damage could be useful to me. Not really one of my primary damaging avenues, but let's take a look at what this can do. So I'm really happy with this increased elemental critical strike chance, 6% chance to cast fire aura on crit. That's really cool. I don't need dodge rating. That's... Actually, I don't need any of these. So this is actually kind of interesting. Do I think that it's better to Rune of Removal with the Glyph of Hope would cost 1 to 25 to do this, or 1 to 24 to do this. So it's definitely better to use the Glyph of Hope and do the removal. Because I can't remove a sealed affix, right? Removes a random affix on an item, turning a number of shards equal to its tier. Experimental and personal affixes cannot be removed in this way. This is a sealed champion or personal affix. So I can only remove these 3, and then I could get whatever forging potential is left, add whatever I want on here. So we might go ahead and do that. That's not terrible. I lost 14 forging potential. I have 27 forging potential left. Add whatever I want. First things first. +3 to lightning damage. If I had more lightning damage bonuses I could add, then I would. What is... Ward gained on potion use, chance to cleanse all ailments on potion use. Can't believe that none of the rest of those belt options are like any good. Let's go to suffixes. What can I get on my suffixes? I can get health. Am I really missing? I can get some void. What else do we have on here? Necrotic resistance and physical. So I definitely need the necrotic. So let's do necrotic resist. Gross. So that's still probably going to improve my damage though. 2187, 22. So barely. Does significantly reduce my necrotic resistance. We're gonna do it. Fuck. Actually, I want to keep this in my inventory because I want to look at it because it's so schmexy. And in 2 more levels, I get to use it. Increase lightning damage shock chance or increase spell damage ward retention. Lightning damage it is. I don't think I want any of that.
I cannot.
Got our cocooned item. What do we get? Thorn Slinger Belt. How useless. Alright, let's go pick on lagging a little bit here. I haven't really improved, like, at all, but fuck it. me entertain you. You entertain me, biatch. I am the champion. I've taken my vows, and my curtain calls. Ooh. Brought me fame and fortune and everything that goes with it. Thank you all. It's been no bed of roses, no pleasure cruise. Bro, almost got slammed there. That was almost bad. Retro. Lightning damage all over your face. Lightning damage.
I cannot.
Killing tentacles with all my lightning. Teleport back. You almost got me there. You trying to be all tricksy first thing out of the gate here. Let's not be changing up attack patterns all of a sudden. That ain't nice. Oof. Sneaky, sneaky lagging. Ooh, he keeps stunning me. Like, as he's trying to get me with that. And so I keep, like, barely making it where I don't get hit by that damage over time. That was a close one. No more health pots. Ooh. That was real close. Yeah, he is a prick. I don't like him at all. But it's all over now. Dragon is no more. All right. Well, that puts us at about a 5.5 hour stream. I think we're going to call it there for the day. Because I want to spend more time researching Dune and putting together this Discord so that I'm ready on the 6th to drop the announcement and stuff. So I just got a lot of off-screen work that I have to do. So thanks everybody for coming out. This was an incredible stream. Again, we've been having some really good ones. Y'all are always extremely active in the chat, and I really, really appreciate that. I am a junkie. You're not wrong, Dret. You're not wrong. I love the launch of MMO games so much. And I'm always so hopeful because it's my favorite genre. And now this one has survival elements in it. And I'm just so fucking excited. Can't stop it. So yeah, we're gonna go feed the gremlin inside of me. But thank you all very much. I really, really appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow. We'll play some more Last Epoch. We got to do something to pass the time until Dune comes out. And this game's pretty fun. So, yeah. I hope you all have a great day. And we'll see you again tomorrow.